Hello, people. Glad your productivity went up. Did I see EA filed a patent for DD8 that will push the user to play longer? Well, that's good because then maybe fewer people will do that. Does this paper assume no teleportation technology? It assumes no ability to teleport faster than light. It doesn't assume no ability to teleport. What if the universe is kind of boring and repetitive like No Man's Sky? There is no way for it to be as boring and repetitive as No Man's Sky. We're already guaranteed it'll be more interesting than that. The part of this paper that's trippy to me, I haven't finished it yet, but the part that's trippy is right here. So, like, this conformal time is basically from a photon's perspective how far it has traveled, right? So the current moment is most of the way through the history of the universe from the perspective of a photon, which is kind of crazy. Like, I didn't know that. I would not have guessed that if you were to ask me that question. Anyway, why don't we edit some text files? Because that is what the advertising in the channel text says. Let's make that N. So this will not work. Interestingly, it's a parse error, which I didn't totally expect. That's weird. I knew that it wouldn't work, but I didn't expect it to be a parse error. Is PCSS state of the art for variable penumbra shadow mapping without ray cone tree? I don't know. Dude, I stopped keeping track of all these weird acronyms a long time ago. Did I get any good answers for my question about the use of category theory? Not really. I mean, the answer that people give seems to be, oh, it helps you figure out stuff due to having a more enlightened perspective or whatever. And it's like, okay, that's fine, but prove it. Like anyone can claim that, right? And so like, show me what people were able to figure out from category theory that they were not able to figure out without it. And I've seen zero information of that kind. Which is suspicious to me. It doesn't mean that I don't believe it, but it's suspicious to me because, like, again, with geometric algebra versus linear algebra, it's very easy to come up with that kind of example. And so, like, the fact that I never see that in any of these introductions makes me suspicious. Like, it makes me... It makes me think it's more of one of these just like foundations of mathematics approaches. Like, hey, we could understand mathematics better if we formulate it in a certain way, right? And from that perspective, sure, like however you want to do it that increases understanding is fine. But like, I kind of still don't get it in terms of like how it's supposed to be useful. It's a great way to traverse things like, say, SQL. Do you mean that in the programming sense? Because as soon as people start saying category theory with respect to programming, I'm just like, now I know I'm not going to listen to you, right? Because it really has no applicability there. But the question of whether it has applicability to math, really, I still would like to see how that is. But as soon as people, like a lot of the Twitter replies, people just started saying programming stuff. And it's like, okay, you drank the Haskell Kool-Aid, that's fine, but it doesn't actually answer my question, right? Category theory is useful like a class hierarchy. You can draw lines between things, which is soothing. Yes, that that is the idea that I am getting from it. I'm not that interested in drawing lines between things. I mean, I am if it gives me a perspective that is clearer or better, right? But like if it's just drawing lines between things and saying, so we can make an analogy that this thing over here is like this thing over here. I'm like, well, I don't care that much. And the reason I don't care that much is because it's actually very easy to do. I mean, it's especially easy to do that in software, right? Like it's very easy in software to come up with a new idea for how everybody should program, right? Like those happen all the time. So if somebody tells me they have one, I don't care, right? What I care about is if you show me that this idea that you have of how to program actually provably solves hard problems, then I'm very interested, right? The problem is nobody ever does that part. And so category theory feels to me like that. Like I don't see proof that it helps. I just see people like, I don't know. And again, I'm not a mathematician, so it's just quite possible that I need to put in the time and like figure it out, right? But it's frustrating that nobody seems to be able to give me an answer. Like the reason I asked the question is because I want to actually know where I can look to most efficiently put in the time, and I seem to get very little in the way of useful responses for that, which leads me to believe that most people who know category theory to some extent also don't know what's supposed to be good about it. You know? You could look into Bartosz Milewski. I think you could look into the fact that I had a Twitter argument with him last week. Perhaps the people that can explain it to me are not on Twitter. That is possible. Mathematicians love the idea that logic, type theory, and set theory can be seen as one thing. I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, if you're a mathematician, that's pretty interesting. But I mean, here's the weird thing is I'm also interested. I'm not a mathematician. I'm also interested in math. At least certain kinds of math are very interesting to me. But this just doesn't seem to be one of them. It's weird. It's like I mean, you know, again, I don't get it, but I will keep trying to get it, and we'll see. Map is an easily parallelizable for loop. That's false. It's not any more parallelizable than any other for loop. Map is literally a fucking for loop from Lisp in 1960, okay? Like map is not an advanced concept. Map is from 1960, possibly or probably earlier. It's probably 1950 something. Yeah, John Baez had some category theory stuff that I want to read, but I haven't read it yet. Like map is a for loop that has certain kinds of syntax and semantic sugar that encourage it to do certain kinds of things, right? So like a for loop by default doesn't produce storage for output values, whereas map does, right? But aside from that, it's a for loop, right? The thing that makes it parallelizable or not is just what you call the function that is being used in the map. And that's as parallelizable or unparallelizable as the body of your for loop was. And guess what? That's actually the hard part of writing a parallel program, is doing a lot of useful things in a parallelizable way. Okay. Like map does not, right? This is the error that functional programmers make, is they think that because they use constructs like that they're magically going to be more parallelizable or not. But parallelizability is a property of an algorithm. It's not a property of the syntactic construct with which you use to write a program. Well, like if you have a for loop that depends on previous iterations of the for loop, it's serial. Sure, but and you can do that with map as well, right? I mean, it could be that the map in your particular programming language is not defined to iterate in order, and then you can't do that, right? But you could also make a for loop that's not defined to iterate in order. Like again, they're the same thing. It's just like, what games do you play with the constraints? Category series seems to be reducing everything to points and arrows between them, which is completely analogous to states and transitions in physics. Sure, I mean, I get that. But then I would like to know, like, what power comes from that, is my question. Aside from the power of sitting on the hill as the category theory Buddha with your abstract understanding, like what does that give you? Wouldn't the parallelizability go up with the mandatory pureness of a more functional language? No. No. Parallelizability is a property of the algorithm, all right? Now, in an imperative language, you could screw up and add more global state than you need to your algorithm, right? And then it's harder to parallelize. And that's why the functional programming people think they're smarter, is they're like, aha, forcing you to be functional avoids that kind of problem. But forcing you to be functional doesn't change the algorithm that you're implementing, right? I mean, maybe in some cases it forces you to think harder about the algorithm, but in many cases, it forces you to be a lot more inefficient about the algorithm that you're implementing, which will lead you to be slower. Okay? Or maybe you're more parallel, but most of that parallelism is waste, right? Parallelism is a property of the algorithm, right? Like I'm not sure how to say that better. If your map function isn't a pure function, you wouldn't call what you're doing a map. You'd call it a function application. I mean, dude, map in Lisp and Scheme all the time, people would pass closures to that shit that have locally scoped variables that increment. Like, take the Scheme class from MIT or Berkeley. Like, they do that all the time. If your map is parallelizable, then the same for loop with an open MP pragma is. That is correct. That is 100% correct. It is a property of the work being done. It is not a property of whether you use a mystical language construct or not. Now, sometimes mystical language constructs can help by telling the compiler that, you know, certain restrictions are true or whatever. But you could add those as a pragma to an imperative language again, right? Like, there's nothing like people are very miseducated on this point. It's kind of crazy. You looked into pure functional up until you realized that it can't do loops. I mean, it can do loops though, right? Like pure functional languages are like, well, we do recursive functions and then guaranteed tail recursion optimization, which is an obfuscated way of writing a loop, but it is semantically a loop if you have guaranteed tail recursion, right? So you can do loops. It's just not very good. But then they'll tell you, like they drank the Kool-Aid and they'll tell you it's so much better of a way to do loops. You can map over functors in general, not just lists. Look, anything you can map over is a list. Okay? Hello, rating people. Hello, rating people. Then binary trees are lists. Well, binary trees with a well-defined order of traversal are lists. Functionally speaking, yes. Like, look, you can't take a functional perspective and then not take it when you want to argue with someone. My point just being like, look, if you know how compilers are implemented, when you say something like, oh, you can also do functors, that's not something spooky to people who make compilers. It's just like, okay, that's an implementation detail where we're pretending it's a higher level concept, but it boils down to a couple of pointers and whatever. Like, it's not saying you can map over various kinds of things is not, again, it's not magic. It's an iteration over a well-defined collection of data objects. Lists are actually really bad at being lists. That is also true. That is also true. It is not meant to be spooky. It just makes some things easier to think about. No, because most people in the universe have no idea what a functor is, right? Especially because the concept of the concept of a functor in Haskell is borrowed from category theory, but it's not the same thing, which also makes things confusing. That said, it's much closer to the idea of functor in category theory than the C++ version of a functor, which, by the way, yes, that is a thing. They decided in C++, in the same way that they defined vector to mean something that is not a vector, they defined functor to mean something that is not a functor. So have fun with that. That should be illegal, I know. I know. I need to make a list of all the pseudo-mathematical things that have names in C++ where the names are totally wrong. Where the names indicate that they didn't even know math when they named them, right? It's so bad. How about integer? Integer, I'll give a pass. Integer is fine, but like other stuff, I don't know. Integer is just like, look, we're only human. We can only build computers with certain capabilities. Okay. Integers aren't closed under addition. They are. Like they're just like what's called an integer in most programming languages, right? Is really integer modulo some power of 2, right? So, and math people have done a lot of study of what that means, and it all makes sense and it's all fine. It's just we shorthandedly say integer, right? Well, okay, so in C or C++, they're integers modulo some power of 2. Of course, you should in any of these languages be able to assert that things don't overflow, and then they're not modulo whatever, but they're within a fixed range, right? And that's something that maybe languages are getting better at. It's like the hijacking of tensor by machine learning. Yes, I will admit that I still don't know what a tensor actually is in physics. Like, I'm still confused about what a tensor is supposed to be because people keep using it in different ways. I have no frickin' idea still what it means. And I'm almost 50 years old. So, like, and I started out as a physics major in college, and I still don't know what tensor means. What is it that makes float better than fixed point? Floating point, you don't have to worry about the range of your numbers because you can go up to really high magnitudes and down to really low magnitudes. If you try to mix both of those at the same time, you have more trouble, right? Whereas fixed point, your range and precision are predefined, which is better for some things, but it's actually really bad for a lot of things. It's a special case of multidimensional array. I mean, yeah, I guess. Tensor is basically like a matrix, but with more dimensions. See, I don't think so, though. Because like the inertia tensor is a standard term. The inertia tensor of a body in 3D is a 3x3 matrix. It's a two-dimensional matrix. Right? So like, why bother calling it the inertia tensor unless you're trying to say something by using that name, right? Unless you just decide that you're going to call all matrices tensors anyway, right? But then why not just call all multidimensional things matrices? Like, why not? Why make a new word for it? You thought tensor was a super concept that encompasses both vectors and matrices, but vectors are already matrices. Vectors are already n by 1 or 1 by n matrices. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I feel like maybe there's something about tensors mathematically in addition to, like, there's something relational about them that is supposed to be meaningful, But I don't, that's when I say I don't know what tensor means. I feel like there's something there. Do we ever do any work here? Sometimes we do work here. Right now we got in this physics discussion. Actually, quite often we do work here. You don't understand linear algebra by knowing what a 2D array is. This applies to tensors, but that doesn't tell me how a tensor is different from a 2D array. You're a PhD in physics and also have never understood tensors. Well, there you go. All right. Well, let's do some programming. So, I want to know. Let's start with an easy one. Why is this a frickin' parse error? And then we'll go from there. We'll make it parse, and then we'll make it work. Okay, so we're parsing an array dimension. So parse expression. I guess expressions aren't allowed to have dollar signs in them. That's the part. That's the weird part. So let's just see where the dollar signs live in the parser. I almost never edit the parser anymore, so like I don't remember these things. Okay, so that's a different dollar sign. Oh, I get right. Okay, so in a type instantiation, okay. So yeah, so we parse a type instantiation when we see a dollar sign, and then that comes here and comes to this handling. So I'm going to check for that explicitly. This may not be the cleanest thing to do. Okay. Though in that case, we will need to ensure weird errors are guarded against. Okay, so we're going to go okay, we already have a token. Right, else, there. Why can I not type? Instantiation. Oh, I called it expression because I was trying to be good. All right, so debug compiler. All right, great. We parsed it. Now the compiler failed later on, but that's expected because this was something we didn't handle before. Right. So okay. Where is this? Infer types for a declaration. Okay. Let's just say well, let's just see what happens there. I don't feel like that's the right place to do something, but let's see. A tensor is not dependent on the frame of reference. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I mean, like that concept, the weird thing is that concept already exists. Like when you say, for example, in linear algebra, a linear transform, that's a coordinate-free thing. It doesn't become bound to certain coordinates until like you write a matrix for it, right? Like if you read Linear Algebra Done Right, which is a great book, you can see about that. So again, I think there is redundancy of concepts across fields, but yeah. Okay. So here we're getting to a point where it's like we're trying to set the type of this thing, and it's probably polymorphic or something, right? Oh, element type, arrow size. Okay. So the problem is this is a polymorphic type. And so we shouldn't... although it would already be marked as polymorphic, wouldn't it? Like, so in this particular case, this was already polymorphic. So this whole type, maybe it was the case that we were multiplying. I don't know. Okay. Let's just look at the type inst first, because we want to make sure that that is correct. That is our goal here. And okay, it's got an array dimension, which is a type instantiation. Now the value has been filled out, and the value has an array dimension 0, which is weird. Yeah, let's just look at this part. Like, it's not weird because we need to write the handling for that. That's the whole point. It's just fun. I don't know. So here, all right. Let's try that. Okay. So it's not a struct array. here. Yeah, so that's polymorphic. So this Carey polymorphism here. Oh, weird. Okay, hold on. We actually... So it's not... Yeah, so this 512 is the polymorphic flag. So we haven't set that on the result yet. Okay, if we have an array dimension, okay, this is going to be wrong. There's this weird singularity in our semantics. This is going to be wrong because this is going to be type, right? Yeah. Okay, weird. No, this is not really, I didn't expect any of this. Okay, what's going on? The expression is going to be a type instantiation. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay. I got confused. I thought the inst that I was breaking on was the array dimension. Okay, never mind. It's fine, though. This is all good. So what do we get back for the inferred type of this thing? Type. I don't think I like that. I don't like this. This seems wrong. Like way back in the earlier days of the compiler, all polymorphic variables were type variables. And so, well, we sometimes would just say, oh, it's polymorphic, it's a type. Now, all of that should have been gone from the compiler by now, but maybe a little bit of it is still there. Oh, right. Okay. I guess it's because we're just parsing this as a type instantiation. Like, that's still right. Like in the parser, that's still how we handle polymorph variables. I kind of don't want to change it right this second. All the if chains would be much more readable with enums like in Rust. Please explain how that is true. It's simple. If you're like Rust, then you're better. Yeah. Yep. The match statement. Well, I mean, not, yeah. Okay, so one of the programming languages that was the inspiration for this language, although it could be hard to see how, is Standard ML of New Jersey. And Standard ML of New Jersey had a match statement. And honestly, I didn't like, I was excited about it when I was like a young programmer and wasn't very good at things. But once I got good at things, I was like, yeah, the problem with this kind of statement is um, it just breaks down. There's a point very quickly at which it breaks down, and what you want to say, you can't really say in it. And then you have to write imperative code anyway. So why do you even have that thing? And that is still how I feel about this. It's not powerful enough, and you already have this very powerful thing, which is imperative code. So that is my opinion on that. Like there are lots of things, like lots of programming languages have these features that are kind of gimmicky in the sense that they seem cool early on, but then they don't like scale to what you actually want to do with them. And you have to eventually like drop the feature or mitigate it by doing all sorts of messy stuff when the point of the feature was to be clean, right? And so I just stay away from that kind of a thing. But for the imperative version, you have if, let, and match is a valued expression. So just write the imperative. Like, how is that any different, though? Like, you're talking about a small syntactic difference over the same code. Like, what? Who cares is my question. Like, I just don't. How do scopes work? As far as you can tell, importing, loading a file pulls all the names into the file scope. Won't that be hard to read? What? No. Importing and loading are different. Non-constant cases and switch statements. I mean, the problem with non-constant cases in switch statements is it's not like a switch statement is like, there's two things. There's like one, it's supposed to be optimizable by the compiler, and two, you're supposed to know that you didn't make a mistake, right? Like if you type in something that's not constant, that's one way to know that you made a mistake, right? And if your switch statement gets very large, you want it to be optimizable by the compiler, turning it into something like a binary tree or something, right? So you kind of want things to be constant and have a total ordering on the values. If that's not true, if you could just put any dynamic expression in there, then your switch is just a linear sequence of if statements. So why do you want a syntax for that? Why don't you just write the linear sequence of if statements? Because the problem is, again, if you're using your switch as a linear sequence of if statements, there will come a time when you want to make it a little bit faster or clearer by factoring some of the subcases into other things, in which case you're writing the if statements anyway. So like, it just doesn't make that much sense as a feature, in my opinion. Enum forces you to wrap your types in the enum. Yeah, I'm also, it's true. I'm not a big fan of things that require you to wrap things inside of other things. Like, I don't dig it. And yes, it's true. You cannot represent something like A or B without a performance hit in low-level languages. Absolutely. And in fact, guess what? It involves an invisible type tag, just like you would have with an enum. But there is a little bit of a matter of an interface difference of which of those you like better, like a user interface difference. Match is exhaustiveness checking. Like, dude, we have exhaustiveness checking in this language. Whatever. All right. Like, you're giving me all these, like, again, there's all these arguments. Here's the problem that I have. Like, I could continue with this kind of programming argument, and I'm at the point where the obvious move is not to play the game, because people make these kind of arguments. Oh, no, you should do things like this language because of this reason and that reason. And someone else says no. And like, you can always give this reason and that reason for any programming language, right? Like, you have to zoom out and say, what does this large collection of choices together result in, right? And if the result is so good, why is software so bad? Like, that's what I wish people would connect the dots to. Like, if you've been making all these amazing programming language design choices year after year for decades, why is software so bad? Like, obviously, most of these reasons that people are giving and arguing vehemently for, whatever the language is, are not being correctly assessed. Because if they were, software would be getting better. Software is not getting better. So, yeah. That's why, like, I don't want to have that kind of discussion, that kind of like feature level discussion, because it's kind of pointless. Like, you can justify any feature by saying why the feature is good. That's not a galaxy brain thing to do. It's not a galaxy brain level of discussion to have. Most languages don't have match in enums. Again, Standard ML of New Jersey had matches statements in the 80s, the 1980s. It's not a new thing. And probably some languages had it before that. I mean, dude, all of Prolog is basically a match statement, right? And there have been many variants of Prolog. Like, it's not really a new idea. Most languages don't have enums. Well, he means enums in the Rust sense, right? Like, Rust enums are different from C enums. Standard ML was functional. I mean, sure, but that doesn't change what the construct is. Like, I also don't think functional is a good way of programming, but it's just to say that feature was in there. I used it in the 80s. Well, I probably didn't program in ML till like 91 or 92, but I used it. I used it, and it was in the language in the 80s. All right, so let's figure out what's going on here. Okay, so the thing is, because this is a type instantiation, it is getting set to type. We could work around this right here. I'm not thrilled about that. but I would write a lengthy note about what really needs to get figured out. So when a type instantiation happens, I mean, it's interesting that we have polymorphic in the defen flags. So the value is set polymorphic as well, and it defines constants block entry, right? So this is, yeah. All right. Boy. I'm going to work around this right here for now. The problem is there's going to be at least one other place where we have to do something major to support this, which is in the actual variable matching of arrays. Like we could change the inferred type of the array dimension to defines polymorph variable. Ugh. I mean, I kind of don't like that, but again, if I put a lengthy note about what's happening, maybe it's fine. Yeah, like the most straightforward way, if you wanted to make a sum type in an imperative language like this, there's basically two ways that you would do it, right? Probably the most efficient way is to say the size of the sum type is the max of the size of the two subtypes, right? Plus the size of the type tag, which tells you what is actually in there, right? And the type tag is stored at offset 0. Like you could type out what this looks like in C. It would be a union. It would be a struct with a type tag followed by a union of all the types that could be in the sum types, right? Now, functional languages don't necessarily do it that way because very often they will like box these types. So the sum type will actually be the type tag plus then a pointer to the actual subtype value. But that's on modern computers, that's substantially less efficient, almost always. I mean, you can come up with weird cases where you have this sum type and one of the things in it is like 60 gigabytes large and the other one is like 8 bytes. And then it's way better to box it, right? But if you write that code, you have a problem, in my opinion. Thoughts on Bitcoin? Yeah, you should go watch the movie The Wallet on YouTube. It is a very educational documentary that will teach people about Bitcoin. Okay, so do I do this thing here? Yeah, okay, this really can go away, by the way. All right. All right. So we can delete those. Those were like early in the system. We wanted to make sure that everything works. And now we have good confidence that those things work. Okay. All right. Um, so we go make unique polymorph variable. Oh. Where does this happen? Turn off case matching. Oh no, we did. Okay. We do want the lowercase, actually. Wait, what? What defines, oh, it defines constants block entry. And that's what I expected to see. Who sets this? Only this. Dude, I have no idea what's going on here. We're going to have to clean all this up a little bit. Like, this is a thing where early on in the history of the programming language, I had a much fuzzier idea of what I was doing here. And now I have a much stronger idea. So the way you solve this in D is by having a type X, which allows expressions in places where types are expected. Yeah, we already have that here. So, well, it's maybe a little different. I don't know how it was in D, but in type instantiation, so basically, it could be an expression, right? If it's an expression, we just fill it out here, right? The problem is sort of the inverse. I mean, maybe I misunderstood what you're saying, but the problem is sort of the inverse, which is that when we're parsing, dollar sign means parse a type right now. And that's stupid. It should get fixed. But like, I want to separate out fixing that from this other thing, right? Like, it just needs to be changed so that dollar sign means, like, historically that made sense. And, you know, these days it doesn't make sense anymore and it doesn't matter. So dollar sign should just mean parse an expression. That might be a thing we could do tonight. I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into that because it's a relatively small change, but let's consider that. Let's consider cleaning that up tonight. Will they ever fix the thing where the autocomplete eats the stuff you typed? I doubt it. They think Visual Studio is great. They don't believe it has problems. All right. Okay, so I'm going to put a tag on this. It's going to call $revamp, and we may come back to that tonight. Okay, so maybe that's not even the right thing to check for. Yeah, okay. So we're sort of bumping it from a type to an expression. All right. So this still is not going to work, but there we go. Okay, so now we got further in the program. Now it's saying polymorphic variable n is needed but was not specified. And the reason it's not specified is because our matcher does not look inside array dimensions for things to match. So we have to do that part. I'm a little bothered that it's not telling me the calling site here. That's weird. Is that happening at a calling site? Let's see. But nevertheless, like this is expected behavior because we're not done yet, right? Look at the bombs with the hearts. Type valued expression and type X are the same thing conceptually. Okay, yeah. Like it's funny, like sometimes, you know, like totally different implementations of different languages land on doing things similarly. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that thing makes sense to different people, right? Okay. Polymorphic variable is needed but was not specified. This is happening. Yeah. Okay. We're calling the procedure. I kind of don't know why we're not reporting. Don't we have like a... The reporting polymorph chain is always hard for me to think about. because we don't actually have a target lambda. Okay, we're just going to do this. If we report an error, we're going to report info here. Okay. That's just a little tactical improvement. There we go. So now we can at least see the call site when that error message happens. Okay, so now we just need to make the matching do that, which is maybe not hard. Let me warm up some tea. What does TM stand for in TM function? That is a library called Telemetry by Rad Game Tools that we use for profiling. You may have seen on older streams. I actually want to do some profiling streams soon. That would be fun, but I haven't done one in a while. Okay, while the tea water is boiling, are there any specific questions about what we are doing right now? We've just been, basically the task is our polymorph variable matching didn't ever do array dimensions, and we're just making that happen. And so we made it happen in the parser and in type inference, and those were very simple. And now the matching has to produce the variable n when we do a match. Nobody cares. All right. Well, the water's almost boiled. Let me get the tea. Type X is the other way around. It's what you did to make parse expression be able to return a type. I see. Yeah, I mean, you just sort of just need to connect it one way or the other, right? like from, right, there's this thing where from a C style language legacy, you had places where there are types and places where there are not types, right? And then when you want types to be more first class in your language, you just need a way to do that. And so if you come at it from a C style approach, you need to like open some extra doors to make more things legal. Telemetry is just going to end up blaming LLVM for all the slowness? No, because I would be telemetrying the x64 backend, which does not invoke, like, if you don't start the compiler with the LLVM backend, then none of that code is ever invoked, right? So it shouldn't be a problem. What do array dimensions have to do with polymorphism? Well, so this function right here says, we want this function to take an argument of any dimension n with any element type. Now, having n here as a variable name is not actually that useful, because you could say x.count and that's a constant expression and it's the same thing. But this does allow you to say a fixed length array of any dimension, which there's actually no other way to say right now. So the n as the byproduct is like, you know, not super useful, but the ability to say a fixed length array of any dimension is probably important, and you can't actually do that in this programming language right now as it stands. It's a hole in the semantics of the language. So we're filling that hole. N is always going to be a known value of type int. That is correct. What you meant before is that load pulls all the names into the file scope. That's not true. No, that is not how it works at all. Dot count can change. No, for a fixed size array, dot count cannot change. Okay. So, the point being, so this function f will work if you pass it an array of 5 floats or an array of 6 floats or an array of 100 floats, right? And you can't, in fact, let's make it clearer. Let's make a function g where it like takes float, right? So this is the only variable is the length of the array. Right? You could pass this with 5 floats. You could pass it with 100 floats. You could pass it with 0 floats. What you cannot do is pass 100 ints, right? Or a pointer to a function or anything like that, right? So this is actually kind of useful. You can't do this right now in this language. What you can do is the following, right? You could do this because that'll take any type, but then you like don't get any type checking to make sure it's an array or what the element type is. And there are ways of adding checking for that, but they're very verbose and cumbersome, and you would rather not have to do it. Like you would like to just be able to do this, right? That's all. So you could do this and pass an array of 5 or 6 or 100 floats, but then you have to manually handle if somebody passes 100 ints or a string, right? And well, or you can just let it be a cryptic compile error. That could happen too. How will this interact with arrays with different index sizes? Such a thing does not exist in this language right now. It may at some point, but it does not currently. Don't arrays get passed as pointer plus size either way? No. No. That's an array view, is a pointer plus size. A fixed length array is actually the same thing as it is in C, memory-wise. The calling convention is different. We don't copy the whole thing on the stack when you pass it, but it is the same thing as it is in C. Okay. So that is the whole point of just what we're doing. That's all. All right. So okay, so here is where we are matching arrays, I guess. I'm kind of confused, actually. I kind of feel like we don't get this far. Hold on, is this? Oh no, that's a literal, never mind. We have, like, this function needs to handle every type in the programming language, so it does some different things. Yeah, okay, so we sort of just fall through here. So we're going to say report info cowabunga, right? This is how we know that we're actually getting there. Okay, cowabunga, cowabunga, cowabunga. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Here we're checking the size of this literal against this. And here, yeah, okay. I think the reason we have two cowabungas is because this one is in silent mode, so it doesn't produce an error. Then when we decide it doesn't work, then we run it again in non-silent mode and we produce, oh no, actually, this is maybe, I'm actually not sure why that happens twice, but I'm not going to sweat it too hard right now. I'm going to pour the tea so that we don't oversteep the tea. And then we're going to go edit the cowabunga. All right, so here we could go we just recurse. So we should, yeah, so here we do call check. We're in a function called check the types match. And here we're calling it recursively on the element type, right? So now we want to do that again. This is a weird one because we have to manually so normally we do matching on the expression tree, but in this case there like isn't one because it's a fixed field in the type. So we have to like make an integer. which is annoying. Okay. So we actually don't. All right. This is really gross. All right. Make integer literal. And I'm actually going to call matching on this. We have to set the type of that literal, actually. Okay, so check that types match. Wanted. Oh, no. We can just do this part. Oh, defines, sorry. It's called, because I renamed this a while back, it's called defines constants. I mean, I guess we'll just do this. So we only want to generate this. We don't actually want to return here. Okay, so if we're matching, we do this literal, we add it. I don't know, dude. Something like that. Oh yeah, it's called, as I said, defines constants block entries. Like, how many times do I have to say that that's the name of the thing? Cowabunga. Needed, but huh. Really? Okay, let's take out the cowabunga. Let's put it in here. Do we still see it? Nope. If we put it here, do we see it? I bet we see it here. Yes, okay. So for some reason, it's not exactly what we thought it was. It is polymorphic, thankfully. Okay, so what is wanted right now? It's probably type for some frickin' reason. No, it's polymorphic. Oh, this is right. Okay, frac. We actually don't have a way to get this information down to this part of the type matcher. So the problem is, so this wanted here where we are is actually this entire, I mean, if let's take G, we're actually doing F, but let's pretend it's G. It's actually this entire type. And so we're trying to match on the array dimension, which is this type. And the problem is, like, I don't believe that we actually have access to that information here. So we're going to need to add that maybe. Let's sort of verify. So we have the element type. Oh, wait, index type. Do we not ever use that? Is that just for relative pointer arrays? I think that's for relative pointer arrays. No, that's relative pointer type. Did I add array index type a long time ago and we don't use it? Indeed, nobody in the universe uses this. But we could use it for this, and we wouldn't be using any more memory. Okay. Like at some point, so this is all every type in the language uses all these fields, but they're kind of, a lot of them are mutually exclusive, right? So we could put them in a union or whatever. So we can get back a lot of size on this. It's just sometimes during development, I like to not do that because if you put these in a union, it's harder to like see the values in the debugger and stuff. And it's already hard enough to see the values in the debugger. Is it really signed? Yes, it's really signed. Okay. So we need to put this information in that slot. So it's really array element type. So okay. Someday I'm going to change the way all this works, including this and whatever, but that's going to be after the whole compiler gets restructured. Okay, so we need to put this thing in this, array element type. Okay. Yeah, okay. So here, First of all, let's go. We had this misleading comment now that this is unused. Wait, who said unused? Oh, array index type. I goofed. Currently used only for poly constants block definers. Okay, so the definer 49er. So I already goofed. This part, this is I-type for array index type. I'm just used to typing array element type. It's just how my brain is. Okay. There we go. All right, so now we got to do that again. We're going back to here, and this thing, didn't I just literally do this? Yeah, $revamp. Okay. And result defin array index type is dimension inst value. All right. Hey, we got our cowabunga. Here we need a constant type, but got an expression of type S64. Okay. That means we matched the n because we didn't get that error anymore. That's great. Now we're still getting bitten in the ass by the type thing. So that's not great. I am in the mood to revamp this out of the rest of the language tonight. It's time to clean things better. Could the syntax colon just be colon? No. I mean, sure, but you would have to change a lot of other things too. Like the syntax can obviously just be anything. It could be smiley face. Okay. Here we need a constant type, but got an expression. So again, my inclination is to hack this for now and then clean it up in the $revamp, in the promised land of the $revamp. Like we could flag it. Yeah. Okay. So there's sort of two times, we're back in that same code we were just looking at. There's kind of two times we go here. One when we're building the polymorphic version of the type, and then one after we match it and we're building like the array type, right? So I mean, I think we're going to add a flag to say this is inside an array. And then we're going to want to clean that up again later. Okay. So here we need a constant type. Okay. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say if this is set, then we're going to do something and return true. We're going to set copy which order does it? I never know. Dest source. Okay. I actually want to set the substitution. Like, hopefully that works. And then down here, in fact, we could put a $ revamp tag on there. So then down here, when we set this, okay. Hey. GG's. GG's. That is how you ship value to users. So you can surprise and delight the user by printing their birthday on the login screen. Can it do X, Y, T? Probably. We could test that. Let's make this F and this is G. It will go increasingly complex, right? All right. Okay. We should take out the cowabunga. All right, there you go. Now, that said, I may have introduced weird corner cases where people can type in weird expressions and get an error. That's to be expected right now. But yeah. $X, A, $B, $T. No, you don't want to put a $sign in front of X here because this is, you would have to make it a literal for that to work, which I guess we could do. Let's try this. We're going to say baked of dot 1,357. I don't know, right? So baked is going to be $x of $n int God only something's going to break there, I feel like. The required number is 0. Okay, yeah. We didn't handle something correctly. Okay. So this part works. If we say it's int here, it works. If it's polymorphic, it doesn't work. Or it like unary, whatever, it doesn't work. So we need to figure that out. Yeah. Didn't expect to actually find a bug. Are you kidding me? When you first implement a feature like this is exactly when you find the most bugs. Or do you mean your suggestion? Didn't expect. Yeah, I get it. I mean, to be fair, we got pretty good. Like we did 2 dimensions and it worked. And one of the bakes worked. It's just this one doesn't. And it's not a surprise. Like these unary literals have been a pain in my ass ever since I've implemented them. Not the biggest pain in my ass, but definitely a pain. Maybe there's a smarter way to do them than what I'm doing, but I don't know what it is. Any further questions about this before I man up and fix this problem? Okay, the required number is 0. So we're somehow, when we bake it, we are doing the wrong thing. Get rid of the cowabunga for a minute. Wait, we're not firing the cowabunga. Oh, that's because the literal handling is elsewhere. Dang it, bro. Like, let's look at what we do there. So if it's an array literal, and it's waiting for type binding, which is the case here. Let's put our cowabunga there to make sure that that's what we're seeing, but I bet you it is. Yeah. Okay. So if it's an array literal and it's waiting for type binding, we set the element type. And then if it's a fixed array, oh, this is literally where this error is happening. Okay, we're going to factor this out. Something like that. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this here. Okay, that's still, I feel like that's going to be weird in some case, but maybe not always. All right, so now we have to factor this out. Okay, so maybe add match is not what? Oh, it must have rejected the function for other. What? Oh, it's down here. Uh-huh. Okay. We'll do that. Maybe match polymorphic array dimension. Fine. This is like a revamp that I'm going to do at some point. Okay. Yeah. I need an interp in there too? No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay. Say what? So we're matching while matching. Hey bro, I heard you like matching. So I put some matching in your matching. Huh. I don't understand. This feels like a different problem to me. Like we didn't even get our cowabunga. Like what? Oh, because I deleted it maybe. Maybe. Okay, so we got our Cowabunga, and then this happened later. Let's at least make sure that this part is going correctly, because if it produces incorrect output, that could have consequences down the line. I'm not thrilled about that dimension 0. Is it that we changed the type since then? I mean, I think we want a different, I think we want to say, or we just make another frickin', C++ is so bad. We'll make the first one a wrapper to this one. Is that really all we use given for is the array dimension? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great. Great. Wonderful. I love glue code that only doesn't do anything. Okay. I guess it's input expressions.count. Okay. Dimension is 5. So that's correct. It didn't have any bearing on our leader problem, but that's fine. I'm not sure what's going on there. Like, why would it? Like it's like we left it active somewhere because we're not on the call stack. We're not polymorphing while we're polymorphing. This is just one polymorph. So or we didn't. So this was already set to active. It's like somebody just left this hot before. Yeah. So somehow we did a matching operation and then didn't disable it at the end. I could always, again, C++ is not good, but I could manually pass to the call site every time I call this. There aren't that many sites. And we could know who set it. And who's leaking it. Like, okay. Here it's pretty obvious that we're doing the stop. So I'm going to say it's not one of those two. Here it's very obvious that we're doing the stop. I'm going to say it's not that one. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to say it's not in typer, but let's just make sure. That it's not on the stack somewhere. That's just the regular flattened loop. Yeah, like, So somebody left the oven on when they left the apartment, and it was someone in polymorph. It was one of these 3 lines. One of these 2 lines, because this is for given. Given we don't care about. It was either this one or the other one. It's probably not this one. Oh. Possibly it is. Mm-hmm. You know what? Here's what we could do. We can actually put a defer here. It is a little bit gross, but it's more robust because it won't automatically rot. So we're going to make a scope. We're going to do the defer. That may not be the one that was the problem, but oh, look, it was. Well, this error message is incorrect, isn't it? So this one is no longer waiting for type binding. And we got back here because it was polymorphic. Okay. This is a little bit wrong. So we do this if it's not an array. I'm actually not sure why this makes sense. Like, why is it still type def uniliteral in that case? That seems wrong. Let's put an assert here. I don't know why we're getting there, actually. I was about to put in some code that fills that thing, and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, bro. This might be a problem. This might be an existing bug with polymorphism and literals generally. I feel like this is a different problem, but I'm not sure. And I would like not to rat hole from the current problem, is my problem. Yeah, nobody's going to wait 30 years for a free copy of a book. What are you talking about? Like, anyone who does that is a poor decision maker. If that book is useful to you, the opportunity cost of 30 years of delay is just astonishing. With things that I spent too much time on in my 20s, it wasn't really worth it. Trying to socialize with people who I didn't really want to be around and didn't realize that because I didn't know who I really wanted to be around. That took an inordinate amount of time, and I was unhappy the whole time. You can write bool x equals not int in D. Yeah, I would expect that to be false, right? Wait, true? Why would that return true? That seems very bad. Well, I don't know. Okay. I don't know what types are supposed to be in D, right? So in this language, types are all true except for void, which is false, right? And so then the value of x there would be predictable. How do I split my time between different projects? I don't know. Ineffectively, I don't have enough time for all the projects I'm doing. It's a bug, I see. Well, there you go. Good bug fix then. What was the process like getting permission for all the audio clips in the witness? It was very difficult and annoying until we outsourced it to a professional who does that for a living, and then it went very fast. Negating its type sounds nonsensical. No, not really. Like, look, programming languages have truth values for various kinds of expressions. Would you expect to be able to say if a certain type is true or false? If so, then the not operator should also work on it. At what age did I realize making games is more fun than playing them? That's very presumptuous. I would not say that making games is fun at all. It is not fun, dude. It has never been fun in the history of video games, except for rare moments. There are small moments of making games that are fun and exciting and exhilarating, and 99% of it is not that. It's like asking someone who's president of the United States, at what age did you realize being president of the United States was more fun than something else? And it's like, no, that's not fun. You do it for different reasons. It's not fun. You don't see why not should even be defined there. Well, if all types in the language are true, then it wouldn't make sense. But what if they're not all true? What resources would I recommend to implement? Learn how to implement an operating system? I don't know. I honestly don't really like. I mean, we probably used. I don't even remember what the book was that we used in college. It seemed fine. But it's probably way out of date. Money is definitely not a reason to get into game development. That is true because, I mean, you can make some money in video games, but with the equivalent skill set, you can make a lot more, like being a quant or something. Like a lot more. Okay. Yeah, don't get into video games for the money. It's by definition an incorrect decision. If you don't enjoy the process of making games, why make them if not for the money? Like, what are you even asking me? Like, kids these days don't have a sense of meaning at all, I guess. Like, is that all that makes sense? Is if something is fun or you make money? Like, is that the axis? Or do you accept that people do things for other reasons? I didn't say I don't enjoy it. I will come out and say I do not very often enjoy making games. It is not fun. It is not very enjoyable, broadly speaking. It's very hard. Okay. So, like, I kind of don't like. I kind of want to take a brain break here, but I want to get this feature complete. Well, okay, we sort of got the feature kind of done. It's just got a bug. It's got a bug called array literals that need a type step. Let's actually find out if this was an existing bug or not. I kind of can't believe that it wouldn't have been reported yet, but let's see. So what if we just do prior of this same array? And what prior is going to be is just see if there was a prior bug. And it's just like, look, it's going to be this. So it's not going to engage in any of the code that we're doing today. Oh, this is a different problem. This would not define the type of the struct literal. Okay, well, fudge. What if we do this? Report circular. Oh my God, we're so full of bugs today. What is happening? Oh my God. All right, well, this is good. I think maybe people have not used array literals with polymorphism and there's just a fundamental problem. Maybe I'm going to have to nuke the implementation from Orbit and start over. Not what we did today, but however array literals work. Like, it seemed easy enough, but bleh. Bleh. Like, how far do I want to go down the rabbit hole if things being broken? All right. What about this? Is it the bake part? Yes. It is the bake part. Interesting. Because that doesn't necessarily have that much to do with what we're doing. Okay, so this works. This does not work. This might work. No. Okay. Why is that circular dependencies? That's so weird. Oh, well, okay, hold on. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Is it actually, it's not this thing existing, is it? No. It is the call. Okay, I kind of don't get what's going on there. So these all frickin' fail. That's very bad. We will look into that. So maybe that whole dollar revamp restructuring that I want to do is not going to happen tonight because code that people can type that causes the compiler to fail has priority over like nice internal restructurings that I would like to do, unless trying to fix the problem that's causing it to fail is so hairy that it would just be better to clean everything up. Basically, you could think of the dollar sign as sort of meaning this thing is baked into the function, right? So if it's on the type, it's like, okay, that type is a variable that's baked into the function that you could use. If it's before the name, it means the actual value of that variable is baked into the function that you could use. Do you have any advice for learning how to properly structure a large project? I mean, just if it feels overwhelming, just find a smaller piece that you can define well as a smaller piece and then attack that. And if that's overwhelming, define an even smaller piece. That's like one of the most fundamental and valuable techniques of programming is just being able to subdivide problems. All right, so fix me. Oh my God, we have so many fix me's. But this one works. The plain vanilla Richard Pryor works. This works fine. Okay, I kind of want another T. So we might do a water heating step here. Yeah, this array literal thing, man. I need to figure out how to make it not such a pain in the butt. Because the reason it's pain in the butt is there's sort of like a two-pass thing that happens, where in the first pass, we figure out what the type of the elements is, right? Either by matching or by default, right? By default, the type of these elements is int. And then there's a second pass where you actually do your regular type check. And that causes some implementation detail problems that it's hard to think about sometimes. It's meh. It's meh. Okay. Can you do print type of anonymous empty name $T? What? No. Yeah, you would have to name the variable because it wouldn't parse otherwise. Okay. So let's go back to this then. So it's like it's the bake. Let's keep this around because we know this doesn't work. Is it just the bake? Okay, yes. So until this works, this is not going to work. It's not queued. All right, let me warm up some tea. We'll take a look at what's going on here. Okay, tea water's almost boiled. I have not been motivated to search for a new home lately, so I've made no progress on that front. I'm actually not sure what kind of tea I want. Let me go check out the flavors. All right, we're doing a tea runners because I'm going to get another tea runners soon. This is an Assam tea. From India. You meant without naming X. No, you can't do that without naming X. It's a parameter to a function. Okay. Why do we not have a queued? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. So if we're waiting for type binding, right, this used to be all in one conjunction. I split it into two, but that shouldn't change the meaning. Why is this not queued? This could be a recent problem, actually. You know what? I did change some stuff that might be related to this. What I could do is see if this code fails on my laptop as well, which has an older version of the compiler. Because just in the past couple days, I was changing a bunch of stuff with who gets queued when. So let me just see what happens there. And also have more orange because I like these oranges. They're good. Yeah, we don't do underscore right now, but it's likely that we will do underscore because sometimes you want to make clear to the user, we actually don't care about this name. Okay, so the thing that is failing is this. So with the old version of the compiler, it also crashes. So this is not a newly created problem. Okay. That is all I wanted to know. So I'm a little worried about oversteeping this tea since I haven't had it before. I'll give it a little more time. A little more time. This is weird. So outer is null. What? How is that the case? What? Why is this not on the frickin' queued stack? What? Here it says queued stack is 1. Here it says 0. Are these, is this a different variable? No. Okay, now I gotta pour this tea. Okay, I often don't like Assam teas, but I wanted to try something different because I've just been drinking hot cinnamon spice for months. Why so few people today? This is about what we get at this time. I mean, it's like I haven't been streaming consistently for a while, so it's a little bit lower, but typically we get the larger number of viewers, like let's say before 11 a.m. or noon my time, right? And as we go later into the night here, you don't get very much Europe at 6 p.m. California time, right? And then even for watching a programming stream, even people on the East Coast of the US are going to be much less, right? So peak audience time for this channel is like 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, 8 hours ago. Trying to get some intuition on quaternions. Are there any other blogs that I follow or recommend? No, unfortunately, I can't. I wish that I spent more time reading high quality blogs than garbage Twitter feed, but that is not the case. Okay, what is going on? Address of queued stack 3B9 5A30. Different. Oh, is this a temporary typer? Wait, what? Okay, typer 451,000. Here, different fucking typer. WTF. Interp get available typer. That should just return. Oh, God damn it. This is sort of like a threading prep thing, but it's not really. It's kind of a placeholder because this part of the code is totally not threaded. And actually, I sort of feel like this isn't how it's going to go. Okay. Right. So the problem is we actually need to push the outer on here. Okay, that's kind of gross. Gee, thanks Visual Studio for reformatting my code. All right. So that's a different thing. That's very weird. Num arguments 0. How did we get 0 things in our argument list? Whose idea was that? So we should have a call to sort arguments here somewhere, right? Right. Oh, right, because it gets sorted during type checking. Duh. Okay. So we have unsorted. It's just we never actually sorted these. What is our status? We have one overload. That seems bad. Oh, it's because of the bake. Right. No, okay, hold on. Hold the horses. This has 0 arguments. Because we frickin' baked it. So why, pray tell, are we type checking against the wrong thing? We have the wrong procedure. Let's look back at our overload matching. So this overload... Okay, wait. Resolved procedure expression. Has 1 argument. That's not good. Okay, so what about the overload then? Where was that? From status, overloads. Constant lambda. Final constant lambda. Constant lambda. Arguments block. Members 1. So maybe that's from before the bake. Polymorph. Source lambda. Okay, hold on. This constant lambda is FB48. That is the source lambda of the polymorph. We have arguments sorted post value bake. We have result prop or lambda is a poly proposal. So like we just didn't. We just like didn't get the result all the way where it needs to go, basically. Question. Does that work for any? It should work for any baked, right? Like, what about this? That works fine. So the difference is something. Okay, let's figure it out. Okay. So back to what we were doing. Okay, so when we do the bake, we successfully get the target procedure, but then somehow it doesn't make it all the way out. Let's try. Let's try this. It's just, is this the only bake in this program? Let's see. Oh, we don't correctly copy the site. Generated by line 78. Yep, okay, it's the right one. So, I mean, it's a little bit sus that I'm looking right at this queued stack thing that I just did. But okay. Okay, we yielded. That's always trouble when we yield. Oh, damn it. What? Okay, that's the problem. We yielded probably because of the type of the thing, but we increment our cursor before yielding. That's a Janene right there. See, because the point of this cursor is we're supposed to, yeah. We're supposed to retry from the same point. That is like what this thing is for. All right. Still no good. I was hoping that would have fixed it. All right. So we're stepping through. Oh no, right, because that defer. Okay, I'm stupid. Defer is wrong. Because that'll make it fire exactly at, yeah, I'm a dummy. All right, it's here. Here. That is the thing to do. Yeah, because the defer would make it happen even when we yield. Ta-da! Okay, that's a problem. That is value we are delivering to the users. Fixed argument baking failures in some type inference such as array or struct literals without type labels. Okay, great. Does the dot confuse it? Yep. Basically, the dot requires a yield because what happens is the dot like invokes a type match. The type match says, oh, this is what we need to match this thing to. But then that like doesn't happen instantaneously. That actually causes a whole other slew of type checks to happen because then you have to type check the arguments inside the array, right? And that could be an arbitrarily terrible thing because it could, like you could have a constant identifier inside the array that's like not even declared yet, okay? So that invokes a yield. And the problem was we were not yielding correctly there, or we were not resuming from yields correctly in that case. So there you go. Seems like a way funkier bug than you were expecting. Yeah, it has nothing to do with what we were actually working on before. This was just there. And actually, this is not even the bug that we were looking at, I think. This is the bug after the bug that we were looking at. So, okay, so that bug was this, which doesn't even involve the array dimension, which is the whole thing we were working on, right? So what we want to do now is say, does this work? And it might, actually. Nope. But for a different reason. Does it work if we do this? Nope. Interesting. All right, well. Line 10403. Oh, haha. This was the whole thing where I put this assert in and said, why the hell are we getting here, right? So we're up to that now, which is good progress. Because I wanted to know, like, why are we getting there? It didn't make sense to me. Because if we're not waiting for the type binding anymore, why is the given type unary literal? That's the weird thing. And the answer is maybe we are not clearing it out correctly at some point. It's unclear. Like there's a number of things that could be wrong. Some of them are related to what we're working on, and some of them are not related to what we are working on. So, does yield mean you save the state of the inference and come back later? Yes, it does. How do you know when to come back? In these kind of cases, there's sort of two different cases. One kind is like you don't know, and you just try that again later at an arbitrary time. We try to minimize that kind of yield, and that's not what this was. With this one, it's like, oh, okay. We know what we need to do before we can come back, and that thing is to type check this entire array literal that we just got a candidate type for. So let's do that and then come back later, right? And so there's just sort of like a stack of what we're type checking, and we just push the next thing on top of that stack and then recurse and go work on it. And so when that literal gets all type checked, that thing then pops off, and then we're back where we were, and we re-enter that function. Okay. So why are we getting back here? Why is the type unary literal? It's probably that we yielded from here like I feel like this case so that yield should happen here actually, right? So if I ask what's the literal here, it ends in 257, line 80. Okay. And then I'm at the assert. It's also 257 on line 80. Yeah. So we come here. We do the thing. I guess we matched the polymorphic array dimension. And we should have cleared the inferred type actually right there. Okay. So that's kind of interesting. We did the cowabunga, right? So you see the cowabunga. We should frickin' put a no check in on that cowabunga, by the way. Oh, so I don't forget. All right, so that's good. Okay. So if I ask what the inferred type is for this, it is null, as we expect. Now, somehow, it actually gets set back to non-null, I think. Let's see. Pretty sure it does. So why is that? Okay. Boom. Boom. Defin. We're making a type definition. Okay, well this is correct. This is correct. So like this type definition is not type def unary literal. It is a different thing. So is it being like cached somehow? Okay, so here literal inferred type and given are different. Oh, this is a cast. Oh, bro. Bro. Oh, this pains me. This is going to be a cast, probably. No. Okay, well, that's better than. So somehow, what is our type given? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, this is a fundamental error here as well. The error is we're caching these types at the start, but when we yield, meh, 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 meh. When we yield, we change it. But wait, that requires. I don't understand. Wait, this is switchable expression given. Okay. I kind of just want to do this, and then we'll clean it up in a minute. Achoo! Actually, let's do this, because I want it to be like totally. Wait, where'd expert? There. So I just want it to all match up. There we go. So that works because we're updating it with the correct type. Sometimes I gotta sneeze. You know how it is. You know how it is. This is good though. We're fixing problems that have been in here for a little bit that we didn't have test coverage for. It's very good. Very good. Okay. Question. Rather than this workaround that I did just now, why are we caching this in the first place? Maybe for speed. I'm not convinced that that's faster. Let's just make a cleanup note, though. We'll change where it happens. Okay. We'll change where it happens and put a cleanup note. So instead of this thing that I just did here, if we yield, okay. Yeah, this kind of doesn't make sense. So I was going to say, hey, we could set it when we yield, but we can't set it when we yield because we don't know it yet. That's why we yielded. We'd have to set it when we come back. And that's kind of really gross. So like, I kind of see, I'm kind of not sure. my moral choice at the end of BioShock here is that we've been doing a few things before me checking in the compiler. And so if I do a drastic disruptive change, it kind of messes with everything else that I'm working on. But I kind of want to try removing this type given. But I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to put it on the list. Whoops. Okay. Well, there we go with that. Okay, so that's great. That gives us the non-baked false advertising from the name of the procedure. Now what if it's baked? Hey, that's great. So we have gradually worked our way up to all these things working. Assuming that we pass tests, I feel okay checking this in and then taking a stream break, and then maybe we come back later and do some other stuff. Hello, six-figure dev. Does that include the 2 figures after the decimal point? Dude, people here in the San Francisco Bay Area get paid 6 figures for like being the summer intern. Like, I don't even know. It's really crazy. It's really crazy here. Did I check $X, $N, $T? Possibly not. Let's check that. Please work, because I want to take a break. Dang it! All right, well, that's fine. Oh, this is that, right. I remember. We had a circular dependencies problem for some reason. Okay, no, you know what? This is actually not supposed to work. We're just not catching it. The reason it's not supposed to work is for the same reason this doesn't work. So if we comment this out, and you know, maybe we should make it work later, but it's a separate thing. If we comment that out and just say $T, we refuse to compile because we're saying it's a unary literal with a polymorphic type. So this doesn't actually tell us the struct literal. We could default to int here, but like, that's actually not really well defined either exactly. So it's better just not to do anything. You recently interviewed a 7-figure developer on the podcast. Ooh. All right. Is that a rocket going down? Oh, it's a bomb. Somebody should take, the Bitcoin rocket, the cryptocurrency rocket that people do. Somebody should just take that and rotate it so it's pointing at the ground. From the moon. Okay. In fact, that should be an emoji on this channel. That's what we're going to do. We have not done a new emote in a long time on this channel. And I think that that's what we need to do is the Bitcoin rocket. If somebody can find like a clean bitmap of the rocket with a transparent background and stuff, that'll be great. Okay. So we just need to detect this situation here. And I think we're skipping around that detection in this case for some reason. Let's see. Oh, that was right. Yeah. Okay, so this only happens. Yeah. Okay, so we've solved this. We should not get there. Here, we need to check for that case again. So if we have an array element type, I think it's this. I think we just do that. Defines constants block entry. You would think I would learn. All right. So now we have to change the file back to with the $sign in. Yeah, so this is not legal currently unless you... Okay, well, we didn't even catch it correctly. Oh, because it's circular... I don't know why we're getting circular dependencies. Like, I think that place where I put that check, we're not even getting there right now. Okay, so if it's a literal that's an array literal, whoa, that's where we are. Oh, actually, this wants to go here though. There we go. However, See, this is not necessarily very good, like... What we really want is a higher powered state set up for error reporting where we know this is happening during a call and to report that call. Okay, so we're going to do that here as well. All right, so now I think I get to take a break. This is fine. If we want this, I don't think this should work, actually. So it gets correctly intercepted. Now, okay, it will work if we say the type down here. That's fine, right? That's great, right? We could change this to float, in fact, and that's great. The point is you can't just let it guess because it could be int, it could be float, it could be whatever the hell, right? So, yeah. So that's great. And then we could make that float, for example. Whoops. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Great. Very good. Let's run the tests again. Any last questions before we take stream break? Oh no, we got to do the rocket. You saw an unhelpful error in the .NET API. Yes. When am I back? I don't know. We might not stream again tonight. We might. Let's actually, it'd be funny to do a full diamond hands one pointing at the ground. Like, I just want exactly what is the standard emoji. Is there like a good standard source on the web for the right thing? I mean, I guess it's just... Which... Okay, see, that rocket looks different. What if I like super zoom in on it? Emojipedia rocket. Apple. Oh, it's got all the different ones. Okay, this is good. Space shuttle. This isn't a space shuttle. Okay. Why is Apple so 3D? OpenMoji looks terrible. Okay, which of these can we use legitly? Rocket emoji proposal. Is Joy Pixels the one that this one uses? This one is using like a beige window and blue line. It's kind of like the Microsoft one. It's not any of the... Like the one actually being used by Chrome browser, I guess, is not any of these. The Twitter emojis are free. It's from Noto Fonts. Can't I just copy the image here? What if I search for Rocket? Hey, that's great. I don't care. What are you giving? Social media portrait post. All right. It pasted it as text, of course. Great. I just want to copy the image. It's a rendered font glyph. Yeah. The one I have is Microsoft. Okay. Well, let's see if we can. Like, how do you control what font this is? Where's the text? Editing. Text. What is going on with this program where I can't figure out how to set the font on text? That's almost the rocket emoji right there. Somebody posted an actual image of the Twitter one. That looks like shit though. It's a low res image with a non-transparent background, and yeah, it's not good. How do I edit? Is it this? 300 point. All right. Well, we don't have any font that has this emoji in it. Like, I literally can't go copy image on this because it's a text character. It's a text character. Okay, here's what we do. We're just going to screenshot it. Because you know what? It's a Twitch emoji. We don't care. All right, so how do I square aspect? I know there's a way to say square aspect ratio on selection. How do I square aspect ratio my selection? Maybe I just select and like edit it. I don't know. Like how, what's so hard? Just tell me how many pixels it is and I'll just edit it. Let's get rid of this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? High res. This is a different one, but okay, let's do we like this one more? Oh, look at that. Like the background is like baked in or something. What is going on here? Anyway, that one would work better as an emoji because it's, I don't know. Ah. Let's see. See, this also seems to have background baked in. Like I don't, let's see. Let's magic wand it. Like, wait, what? Because like the source, someone gave me this link, right? And I did copy image. We could try saving it to a file. That won't matter. Maybe it will matter. I don't know. Here we go. Maybe. Like, is it? How do I get channels? This frickin' looks like the background's baked in also. Like, everybody is fired for not understanding transparent bitmaps. How do I get channels? Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. It may actually be fine. Let's try it. I never use this program. Can I just control T? Character, what? Oh, that's for text. How do I just want to rotate. I've done it before. In Photoshop, I would know how to do this very easily. I don't know. I fucking am so annoyed right now. Document, because this is a document. Okay. Resize. Here we go. There we go. That's all we needed. Okay. Okay, so now we go into pictures and we see all our fine pictures in our pictures folder. We should have Rocket. Oh, it's Affinity Photo, but you can see it did remain transparent, which is very good. So we're going to save this as, I guess, a PNG, or oh, we got to Control Alt Shift E to get RSI. No. What? How do we export? File. Export. Oh, Control Alt Shift S. I was hitting E. Ping. Let's try that. Okay, still seems to have a good background. So now, if I go to twitch.tv, to our fabulous dashboard, where you can see everything. Now, how do we do this? It's been so long since I've done this, and they probably moved it anyway. Content? No. Emotes. This is a viewer reward. I am working hard to give you rewards. Okay, so we don't need 260% emotes. All right, upload emote. There we go. They've actually made this UI better than last time. Why is it still Naysay 2? I need to get... All right, that was very frustrating, but as soon as that is approved, which it may or may not be, we will have a new emote on the channel. Still waiting on the Ting Tangler emote. I don't know what that would look like. Change the emote prefix. Oh, I can do that now. It can only be changed once every 60 days. All right. I didn't put an underscore because that's inconsistent, but with the stream name, but it's easier to type. What are my sleeping patterns like? I just go to sleep and wake up in the morning. There we go. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at that great emote. Amazing. We now have 7 emotes on this channel, everybody. Think of all the emotes we could have if only we had any ideas. Okay. Why is there no witness emote? I don't know what a good witness emote would be. Okay, there we go. That was worth it. So thank you for that help. That was great. Finding the bitmaps and all these things. We can close all of these things now. I probably have some no check-ins here. Oh. Yeah, okay, we don't need that one, but this one we want to explain. On an array type, the dimension is not stored as an AST. It's just an integer. On the type definition, so in order to polymorph match it, we need to create a literal. This seems a little bit dicey and is also but pain. Okay, so that, and I actually want to Meh. Well, we're going to have to. So I want to make sure, like, if this thing gets used in some other more complicated expression, we want the file and line number to be set, right? And I wasn't doing that. I often forget to do that. So here we're setting that now, but now we're going to do this. And I don't know. Like this one's kind of weird because there is no exact thing to match it with, but we could just give them the whole literal. All right. So we'll just make sure that that runs in release build and then check it in. Witness Sun Pillow logo, that wouldn't be too bad, would it? Do you know if we'll be able to use the language this year? Well, some people can. I mean, I can use it right now. I don't know what you're talking about. We'll run it with LLVM. The line is a really cool idea. We could do a line beginning point, 4 endpoints, and then 4 corners and let people make arbitrary shaped lines if they can figure out how to space it. How successful do I feel the beta program has been so far? It's been great. Like it's been like everything I would want to get from the beta, I've been getting from the beta. Like people are interested in using the language. They're doing interesting things with it. We're finding bugs. We're finding like what the little semantic holes are. So this thing we did today, I guess I vaguely knew that this wasn't handled, but I kind of forgot about it, right? But it was brought to my attention like, oh, this array dimension stuff is not handled in the system, right? So, yeah. Okay. Will everyone be able to use the programming language this year? Well, do you mean like physically and mentally able? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to judge people's capabilities. Like, you want to make a game with it. I mean, I want to make a game with it. What about me? Why is this all about you? What about me? All right. So I may want to do another stream tonight. We'll see how I feel. I definitely want to program some more tonight. And it's just like, is it social programming or like focused programming? All right. So that is now checked in, which is great. I think we should find someone to raid. Make game. Yeah, we should provide a library that gives you a function called make game. All right. Let's look at science and technology. Barn owls, more popular than programming. Hot tub Vim stream. Yeah, what's the deal? Like, are there a lot more hot tub streams on Twitch lately? Is that what everybody is commenting on? I haven't seen that, but I've heard this comment being made. And unfortunately, I do not have a hot tub. Have we built nukes yet? We are very close to that. We might stream next time maybe because it's been a while. We have aluminum technology and we have unlocked nuclear power technology, but haven't like built the devices yet. Okay. Let's find someone to raid who we have not raided before. Who is not doing web stuff. It's pretty much the empty set, I know, but this dude's got a video of a hot tub that he posted himself over. Okay. That's pretty funny. What about the factory building jetpack? I mean, we have the regular jetpack. I don't know if there's a different one. The game dev homework. Homework? There's no homework in baseball. All right, he's pushing back on Stid Vector, so
Such is life sometimes. You change all your shit.
we'll see what he's doing in a minute. All right, parser fun times. Claw Machine Live, Surf Life Saving Cam. open source VTuber renderer development. You need to be near power sources for it. Ugh. Ugh. Like, if it works like the regular jetpack where I can put fuel in it away from power sources, then it's fine, right? If it's just like free power input, we haven't built that yet, though. All right, what's going on with the homework here? I mean, this really looks like our best option so far.
How do I do this? I've never just done a source file without like a class.
I mean, it's some pretty advanced pushbacking happening there.
Oh, I'm gonna want to move branch, I think.
I mean, Python is not my favorite.
Okay, so save that. Okay,
All right, Strager, we've rated Strager before.
Handle the rerunning logic here.
All right, this guy's actually doing a non-trivial program, so even though it's in Python, which makes us sad, we will raid him, so be nice. And yeah, we might stream more tonight, might not, who knows. See you later. Have a good time, everybody.